Alright, time to start playing. Ace Attorney Chronicles. I've played every Ace Attorney game besides Chronicles, to my knowledge. Both the Edgeworth investigation games, all of the Phoenix Wright games, and the Apollo game. And the Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton. I've played all of it. This one I haven't, and I've thankfully been able to avoid spoilers. So, keep in mind that I'm not perfect at pronunciations. These are going to be Japanese names, I believe. A lot of them are going to be Japanese, and that's going to most likely sound really dumb coming from me. What is special contents? Is it going to be just like CGIs, or what is it called? Backgrounds? Yeah, it's basically just the normal stuff that you'd find. Alright. The Great Ace Attorney. Let's go. Bit awkward because I thought that phone call would come at 1:10, and I gave it like a 20 minutes afterwards that I'd start the stream, because I usually want to start at 1. Like, I really want to start at 1, but I wanted to give that phone call a chance, and it took forever. But it is what it is. The Grace Events, Ace Attorney Adventures, and Resolve. So I'm guessing that this series is really good for it to get a sequel. Anyway, let's go. Can't wait.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Ooh. So, yeah, first case, we're going to be the culprit. Or the defendant, rather. Episode 1, The Adventure of the Great Departure. November the 22nd. 70 minutes to 9. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendants Antechamber 5. So, that's an interesting opening, being that we're apparently the defendant. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh, no, nothing. Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. Don't apologize, you're being accused, dude. My name is Ryonosuke Naruhodo. Oh god, you know what? Just to make sure I'm not pissing anyone off in the recording, I'm just gonna quickly do something here. I'm just gonna go to quickly go to Google Translate, and I'm just gonna quickly hear the pronunciation. I'm going to keep this up as well because there's going to be other names that I'm not going to be pronouncing correctly. Oh, I got another phone call. Hold on a moment, guys. Wouldn't you know it? Wouldn't you know it? Another phone call, but like it was the same person and they accidentally didn't change the number to another person. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Anyway, Google Translate. Tell me how to say Ryunosuke. I'm pretty sure I got that correct. Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Ryunosuke
Naruhodo. I'm gonna go ahead and say that that's correct. Naruhodo. If I'm wrong, sue me. No, actually. Anyway, my name is Ryunosuke Naruto. Fuck it. I'm guessing I won't even need to say Naruhodo often. Ryunosuke. I can say that very easily. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yumi University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now here I am, awaiting my trial. So it's still the 3-day... Well, you know what? That's actually better than it is in Ace Attorney. Ace Attorney, it's like, court is literally the next day after the trial. So, update it to 3 days. Whoa. Okay, maybe that might be better, but it's still pretty goddamn quick, don't you think? That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you'll hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at the two of you. Look at you. Haven't you even you haven't graduated yet. Interesting. And yet it seems that I know better about how a court office should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, I suppose it wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I didn't mean to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. I must say that you have been all over the newspapers this past few days. Yumi University professor murdered in cold blood by student. The professor has been mad and where the student... Okay. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me, I didn't do it! I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Just straighten yourself up and hold your head high. You mean... I believe in you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asugi. My best friend. Also in his second year at Yumi University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even qualified. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering his... Blah, 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 blah. Impressive considering that he's an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much, yet. You said the exact same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when it's all started. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know, it's been forever. I know! I've been dreaming forever since of this day. Now the government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and surpassed them in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal systems in the world. I'm really happy for you. I'm proud of you as a friend. As a friend, guys. There's not a soul in the university that doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend, and there is some mysterious aura bellowing from his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean, to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. It's not that great, let me tell you. It's so-so. Then come with me. We'll have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's city of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. I thought of maybe going the like very strong Japanese voices, but nah, it would just be like half the cast, I think. It would just been like, it's straight after that we went. That's when it happened. I'm not gonna do that. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asagi, may I have a word? Oh my. Who's these two? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, the case is of personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Shogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. Your advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems that there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel like though I've seen him at university before. Quick guess, maybe he's the Madara. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryonosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes. Thanks, Kazuma. You're very slow at bowing. Ugh, this is awkward. If I may? Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryonosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensics medicine at Yumi University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I think I've heard that name from Kazuma before. I recall him pushing to get the government to agree Kazuma staying abroad. Asogi told me about you. You and he are good best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, you've no doubt heard Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? As I suspected, you aren't aware of this. I have a feeling Asagi has chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I mean, yeah, I like it's making, like, logical sense, I guess. I mean, one screw up and you just out. But I suppose, like, if it is a new thing, then, like, yeah, they want to send the best of the best. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there is a certain peculiarities about today's trial. I'm sorry, what do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not, you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! The court is about to begin. Proceed to the courthouse at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as a defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get a move on. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over, and what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea what lays ahead, I embark on an unforgettable trial. Jesus. So I guess that's interesting though. So when a lawyer, we're essentially going to be usurping our own lawyer for their benefit, I guess. My one and only chance of proving my innocence in the trial would decide my destiny. 22nd November, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Courtroom number 2. He's so fucking bamboozled. So this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of The Supreme Court of Judica. Judicature. Judicature. Sorry, again, pronunciations are hard for me. No court in the land has more power. I don't like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. A lot of military and other uniforms are in there. The powers that have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. There's our pain, and there's our judge. As usual. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there's one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday's evening, the defense made a last-minute request to change it in advocacy. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure for the defendant's advocacy is to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. This is an unusual circumstance. I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? And there we go. That's where we gotta go. I do. This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? The question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? I'm pretty sure wait and see is probably gonna lead to a ban end or something, right? I want to play the damn game. I do. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. I'm standing here besides the defendant, in hopes to clear up. Oh dear. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You will be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? The Professor Mikotoba told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. No, it's not that, really. It's just that... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear it to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is why exactly I didn't decide to... Which is why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defense's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel? Really? Make no mistake, counsel. It merely shows the defendant's innocence is so apparent. He confidently can speak for himself. Is that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly was exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated the most. You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature in Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are to be expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? What do you think it means? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it any more than I am. So let's start with the simplest of questions. Yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more than times than I'd care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous. I can't even remember that. What was it again? Yonosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All relevant information of this case can be found in the court record. Just thought of something here. What if I failed this competency test? What would happen? Would they just find me guilty on the spot? I mean, they've recognized my choice to defend myself, right? So, if all things considered, right? Anyway, yeah. But I can't even find that! It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of E. If you find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all there. I have to press E for the court record. Alright, no time to lose. There we go. University collar pin. Proof that I'm a student at the Imperial Yumi University. I'll always wear it on the collar of my uniform jacket. I can't look at the other one. There we are. Kazuma Zogi is 23. You can find details about the victim when you're done. Press C to go back. So, a second year Imperial Yumi University's best friend, despite being a student, he's a qualified defense lawyer as well. Eugene Mikotoba, a medical school professor at the Imperial Yumi University. He's an authority in forensic science and Kazuma's mentor. Taki Tsuchi? Taki Tsuchi, I think. Akuchi. Ouchie. I think that's it. Ouchie. The lead prosecutor of the case, who would appear to have little love for the charges the cultural reformation has brought about, the changes. John H. Wilson. The victim of this case, he was a visiting professor of medicine at Yumi University for the British Empire. Right. John H. Wilson. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Right, let's look at it. Post-mortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 PM and the loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Interesting. So remember, everything to do with the current case is to be found in the court record. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the People's section of the court record and then press R to present it. Try it now.
Yes!
Yes! The victim's name was, Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you got that right. You can at least remember the name of the esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. Are we? As most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are not both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from both our allies and the other side of the world. This court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're the convenient and expendable scapegoat to the blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has unusual particularities isn't it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time! I'd better be going. Alright, see you later, thanks. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Why does this give me weird Apollo vibes? The first case. Very, very similar, I think. I hope it's not too similar in who the actual culprit was. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it was incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at the university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go over and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table. Aw. And introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Well, son! Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency? How did the Professor of Medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? Is the name a play on John Wilkes Booth? It can't be, because that's about, like, Lincoln getting shot in the back of the head. This is like a shot to the chest, so I thought it was like maybe just a Wilson parody. I don't know. State that before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously that was Ryunosuke. Remember in court every assertion must be backed up with evidence. by evidence? But how?
But how do I do that?
Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death, and then present it. Do it now! Do it now! Yes! Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to a gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile! That's the post-mortem report, I take it? Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, the doctor dissects the corpses to identify the cause of death as an autopsy. But here in Japan, the police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. Jesus. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of crime. The crime. Dumb. Well, I guess there's the first, like, problem. He's literally been turned away from his food. Meaning that if we're sat again on the other side of him, how can we shoot? Okay, this is going to be an interesting one. My mind's already racing from how this trail's going to go. You can clearly see the scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the gunpowder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, Counsel. The court accepts this modern scientific evidence into the court record. So it's I'm just, my mind went a bit crazy there, but that's because I saw the word counsel and was like, oh, that's the new word for the prosecutor, isn't it? Photographic print of the victim has been entered in the court record. Shot from the front in the chest, it's subsequently died. So that photographic print, well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well, I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the matter of this case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
Ugh, this is it then. I think we may have worked out what the professor had in mind. Professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. That doesn't mean... Well, I can act as your assistant. That doesn't mean I can't act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asagi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in it, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would certainly be appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control your cold sweats. Only if you'd rein in that crazy headband and control your cold stares first. It's true, that thing's like literally waving when there's no wind. Jesus Christ. Hello.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at the Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Oh my. That is a bit of blood right there. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It does not bother me. It doesn't bother me.
But it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter has developed for foreign visitors around the years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels that accommodates overseas guests. This grim crime occurred around in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an occasional eatery, 3 days ago. Akakisental?
Understood. Hosonaga-san, would you kindly tell the court everything about the incident? I think I'll go for a Guasua voice. At once, sir. So he's got a sickliness to him.
And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Reciting maybe, but aspiring. It was just after 2. On the day in question, we have few diners at that time of day. Dinners. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, and I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, stumped in his chair, and standing immediately beside him, the gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes! Hold on, let me just clarify something there. When I did pick up the gun I found lying on the floor besides the professor, I didn't shoot him. I believe I asked you to refrain from your petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But
the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, defended Naruto. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You have your chance to fight back. You'll have it. Jeez, shut up. For now, you must listen quietly to the witness. Ugh.
If you may confirm one point, waiter. Standing aside from the victim was the gun in hand. Was the same man we see here in court today.
Hold on, did he just say across from them? Beside, okay. Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was anyone else standing beside the victim?
No. There was no one else around the table but the deceased gentleman and the university student.
Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around the table. What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello... Ooh, there was a lady. There was a woman sitting opposite him at the table.
Really?
And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do?
What should I do? Maybe interjecting might... He did say specifically, don't interrupt at the wrong time. And, like, this is just giving... This would be interrupting without... It's like, this isn't cross-examination. I think wait and see is better. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ryunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would digitally get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I've never gotten into... I'd never get into Yumi University otherwise. But you still can't just always follow the rules in life, you know. If you don't want to say it right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. I'm sorry. Am I not allowed... So my chance to defend myself isn't coming then? You... Dude? Alright, you've scared me. I won't forget the piece of advice in a hurry. There is something I want to say. I'm just gonna shut my eyes and say it. Yes! Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard of court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud.
Thanks, Kazuma. I know what's going to happen, but you just went ahead and pushed me into the fucking deep end.
Could it be that the accused is this mere student is not a real lawyer after all?
But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps this memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like to.
Let me see that.
Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment layout, drawn by yourself, I presume? That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. I can't see that. Well, you clearly made a conscientious... You're a very conscientious waiter. Conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take the plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He was completely calm and collected until now. Clearly something seems to have shaken him. Waiter's business card. Interesting. Probably has something to do with the motive.
So, the court has now heard the precis of the case.
Yes, the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem that we're looking at a black and white case here. The defendant, Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of this case to the court. But I must warn the defense if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. Right, so that's another thing from this game that's new. Apparently there's like a jury system in a way, I think. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible just to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I've said from the outset, I believe you're innocent, and I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? Dude, I'm pointing out that I could probably get executed for what's happening. If I don't take the guilty plea, I probably am gonna get killed. If the accused is
in this fact innocent, then the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove the innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you going to go and ban that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle has not even begun yet, Mianosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. He's an assistant. He's not representing me. I have final say. I am my own defense. Jesus Christ. Prosecutor Duchy, please continue with the proceed. This is not fair.
You were what? The younger be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. A few short moments from now, the dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever.
See, he's pretty much saying I'm going to be killed.
Prosecutor calls for the next witness.
Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Here we go. Multiple witnesses.
Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Izanosa. Reporting for duty, sir.
Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the Florence science of our nation Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute as humble premises in the 2nd District. Kiryu Korikuta, at your service.
An antique dealer and a soldier? What an unusual pairing.
Both these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day of the question.
That must be when the diners at the other tables when the waiter was mentioned.
Myself, I habitually make tea from the most exquisite aroma when the establishment was in question. Always post noon. And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding curios, which I make my business.
I can't understand a word that old man is saying. Thank God it's actually pointing out. I thought he was just being an idiot. He's an antique dealer. It sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, the sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of the most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative!
The enemy unit was seen attacking a foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was the black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir.
Was that a baby noise? This man is impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard strange noise during the last thing he said. I didn't even, take into account what he was saying. So this is decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment of you shot the victim. dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Standing ready to report, sir. I have a feeling he's got a baby behind him or something.
Unsavory memories at the most Arabic afternoon.
Witness testimony. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting the regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Myself, I was extolling virtues of a particularly fine golden Cheerio to the military gentleman.
At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed Vasi cadet fired on the Englishman from the back. The cowardly little weasel.
I was on my hands and knees investigating whereabouts my mysterious acconded, precious Creo.
Well, you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment? You saw the split second the defendant fired the weapon at the victim? Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. The wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel, unforgivable enemy.
The times we living, when an English gentleman may be assailed and in broad daylight.
It's literally playing with a knife in the middle of court. But that's ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryosuke? Yeah, Ryonosuke. I'm kind of like disbelieving you now. Maybe you should have like taken a plea deal. Jesus Christ, dude. You really suck at this. Yes. All I did was pick up the gun and that was lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and started drinking some coffee. Then when I finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. But I noticed that an English-made gun next to the chair was... There was an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up... Okay. Well, if that's the truth, then there's obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue to who that criminal was. There is? Ryosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now!
As we've heard, Your Excellency, there's no room for doubt in the testimonies of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. Time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Certainly, the testimony of the court can be heard. Has just been heard. Certainly, the testimony of the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this. What in the name of Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? The defense demands the right to cross-examination.
Dearie me, dearie me. Let me guess, the Hachimaki headman boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic.
Huh. How does he know? We're just speaking openly in court.
The prosecution objects. It's clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he carry out a cross-examination.
The defense has a right to cross-examination. Whether or not you think it's capable of is irrelevant.
Yeah.
Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do to cross-examine. Isn't it obvious? You just have to expose the lies in the witnesses' testimonies. Witness statements. Okay, give me a moment. Something's happened to my audio. I'm just going to quickly see if it is actually being heard through Twitch. Oh, the audio's gone back to normal. I might not be able to hear it until I go back into the VOD. Alright, it sounded actually pretty reasonably. Okay, so essentially sometimes my audio kind of just turns into a buzzy mess. Where like anything that's heard kind of like repeats itself a tiny bit and just buzzes or something. Depending on like certain sounds, it also like gets louder or short. Like it's just annoying and it's impossible to hear properly. Not impossible, it's just ruins the sound quality. It doesn't seem like it got recorded, so that's good. But in order to stop it, I need to like I have to restart my sound device. And that might cause problems to stream itself, so I might hopefully it won't happen again. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that the soldier has to have what the soldier said had to be a lie. Well, yes, but just in the case of proving it, and in this case, and the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some evidence, of indisputable evidence that proves that the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. That's great. He doesn't even have a desk slam properly. He looked at it for a quick moment, was like, oh shit, that didn't go as planned. Anyway. Alright then. It's all for nothing. It's all or nothing. Cross-examination. What the witness saw. So I'm gonna press everything. I was ingesting my vegetation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Oh, we've gone back to this. The 5 health system instead of the gauge. Interesting.
Yes.
First of all, but why aren't you saying anything? Is that some sort of interrogation technique?
I haven't actually thought of what I wanted to ask.
Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. Alright then, this beef steak you mentioned, what kind of food was that?
Tishhead! Beefsteak is delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot.
Oh.
If food could receive medals of honor, beef steak would almost be highly decorated as cutlet.
Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that?
Tishun! Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict and atone for your crimes, and then you'll be released from prison and try it.
Yes, sir. I will, sir. On the double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Oops, sorry. I'll do my best. So, next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing some sort of wah crying noise?
Negative!
Well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. I got an achievement for that.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
A Koban, boy.
A Koban? You mean an old Edo coin?
The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Ho period entered my possession. Hoei period. I took myself to the restaurant the following day with the said item secreted in my bosom pocket. In hope of an affluent cognoscente apprised of its indisputable value being present.
So you were hoping to sell the Cowboy coin? To Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant?
Yes, it's quite clear you were going with this boy. You were about to assert that the penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing the precious Koban. Is that so?
Well...
You little upstart cadet! You aren't disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Blatant subordination.
No, I didn't say anything. Although penniless might just be the word I was looking for.
In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There remained a precious few present whom I engaged in discourse in matters of business. This gentleman aside me, who was grappling with a based veal at the time, was my sole prospect.
I see.
Then at that precise moment, a firearm was discharged and I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes.
So, you're saying that you actually saw me at that time?
Affirmative! I saw you! Laughing, cackling, and like a madman, you trained the barrel of the gun on the English civilian.
That's impossible. I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please.
What's that, Private?
Thinking carefully about that statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table.
So what if it was?
Well, if it really was the case, it would mean that you didn't, in fact, see the precise moment the killer fired the weapon.
Ah! And a double hat! My sixth sense.
I'm sorry?
My sixth sense of danger. I picked up waves of murderous energy resonating from your foul mind. Which means, at a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking at you, cadet.
Surely that's not really possible, is it?
Do you think I've got where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son?
Well... It would seem that the soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. The black uniformed Chivadi cadet. So this is going to be the one you have to present the post-mortem report showing that the bullet didn't go all the way through in the pit. Well, is it the picture or? Yeah, no, it's the picture because the bullet wound is in the picture, and he'll probably be like, oh, the bullet just went straight through. And be like, no, it didn't. Alright, so let's press it first. It'll probably be like, this is the one you have to present evidence to. So this black uniformed university cadet, you're saying that was...
Ah! I just had about enough of your sauce, cadet. Who else around here you see... Who else you see around here in a black uniform, huh?
Well, there is someone standing right next to me who fits that description quite well, but...
It was you, you little weasel. You unloaded the firearm on that man. From the behind the back, and you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon, you disgust me.
What is it, Ryunosuke? I'm not sure. There's something about the sergeant just said that I can't put my finger on it. Something playing on my mind. In that case, check over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. And if you find an inconsistency there, with what the witnesses said, then don't hold back. Present your evidence in court. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it. Ugh. Didn't have to say it like that. I was on my hands and knees investigating. Yep. Yes. Just to be on your hands and knees. Could you explain that, please?
That's right. Spurring with arthritis, I was, in order to receive the lost piece.
What lost piece are you referring to?
The Koban, of course! The exquisite Hoenn era Koban coin! I was just showing this rare treasure to the military man as he masticated his meal.
Jesus.
After averting my eyes to the briefest moment, it was there no more. It simply vanished.
The Koban
Vanished? Hence I begin to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the flaw in order to locate it. And then it happened.
You hear a gunshot, you mean?
None other than... Though it was no concern of mine. I was frantically scouring the floor for the aforementioned lost treasure.
So in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred.
Indeed. Myself, I did not.
Ugh. No idea what I'm doing. I do. Let's just skip this. It's going to be like, find the lie and present evidence. Thankfully, it's not like saying, this evidence, you need to present this evidence to this statement. It's like actually just giving me the option. Yep. Oh my god, is it actually going to tell me the... Yes, I know. Is there any way to speed up? Like, if I can't, like, speed it up by holding down or anything, can I? I don't think. Alright, I'll give it a try. Yes, come on. Jesus Christ, dude, I get it. Alright, let's go. Hold on, let's just see. Is there a way to... Wow, I can actually change resolution to something bigger. Now, hold on, I'm actually going to try and do that. Actually, nah, I'll keep it where it is. And again, I could just change it to borderless. There we go. Okay. I'll just have to... quick moment. I didn't even know that this was an option. Doing this while streaming is awkward. Like that. There we go. That looks about right. You know, now I'm looking at it, I kind of wish it was back to how it used to look. Oh, wait, no, I need to just change resolution. There we go. Perfect. Wow. Finding that, huh? Yeah, you don't worry, you don't have to play the game. You can just read the story. Jesus Christ. So I'm looking for a way to like quickly rush through. It doesn't seem like. I'm gonna look online quickly. Give me just a sec. Skip text. Let's see if there's any way to do it. If not, then we're going to be very... Pressing space on mouse button. Alright. Here we go. Can't. But I guess I can press space to examine it. Kitchen entrance. Time of death. All right.
Yes.
Shot in the front.
What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache.
Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There is a clear inconsistency here.
What nonsense! You can see the print. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't know already know?
Well, obviously, that... I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
I think it proves beyond a shadow of a doubt, Your Excellency, that there was no place for an amateur student here in the Grand Courtroom.
So frustrating. Oh, please. Surely that doesn't require explanation. It couldn't be any more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kasuma, what?
What are you talking about?
It's apparent from a single glance at this photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear disparity here with the sergeant's statement.
What?
Sergeant Izendoa. Yes, sir. What is it? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed Varsity Chesset fired on the English civilian. From the back, the cowardly little weasel.
Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed this crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
But no, that just can't be.
And why not, Cadet?
Because... Take a look at this print. The victim was... Dr. Wilson died from a bullet wound to the chest.
Ah.
Sergeant, according to the witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is an obvious discrepancy here. Well, how to explain it?
Oh, well...
What the... What was that? Something popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa?
Yeah. Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious Le Carnival steak, sir.
What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. The witness, Sergeant Isanoa, did not see the defendant firing the gun at all.
That's absurd.
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Jesus. There has been a complete turnabout in this mood, the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about.
But I definitely saw him. The university cadet there. He was pointing a firearm directly at the victim's back.
I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up from the floor. And you, the old man, did you see the moment of the victim was shot either?
Myself? I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Oh yes, you were looking for your Koban coin, weren't you?
Indeed, the prized Herakoba coin. Hunting around under the table, I was in the case, mayhaps. Hunting around under the table, I was.
Oh god, is it Yoda? I'm not changing voice now. I'm not doing a Yoda.
In case mayhaps it had fallen down. Fallen there. And then it happened.
You heard the gunshot. Oh god, this... It's basically repeating what the press was.
Indeed I did, but I heeded it not. I was concerned only for finding my absconded Hody treasure. Hody. Nothing could distract me.
Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end?
No.
I see.
That lamentable day, the precious Hody Coban was lost to me. No doubt some scrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself.
Ooh, you looked away at that moment. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness's testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, the stinky British, the cheesy, stinky, opium-selling British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. Well, what's your position, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled the tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at its back.
What?
My witness has further testimony to make.
Explain.
On hearing the next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there was only one person who could have committed this inexplicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ugh. Very well, the court invites the witness to testify again. Though I will thoroughly explain you will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear?
As clear as Creco glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify again, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family has risen up through the ranks, sir. Name Ido. It would seem the straps are a sign of a sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Adio, attention! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Ugh, I don't like snot bubble kids. The true culprit. Even if what I saw was the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it was almost the same thing.
Yes, pointing the gun at the foreign man, he was that young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Furthermore, the visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Therefore, no one but the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. Huh. So this is the pressing part, isn't it? He just said something like, "Oh, testimonies are quite compelling." Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman. There was a young woman at the table. You must have seen her. Everyone must have seen her.
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies.
I'm the fucking defendant, though. My voice should be heard, at least to some degree.
It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photograph?
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Council? Indeed. Of the table at which the victim was dining, there was an investigator immediately after the incident. Oh, that's a bit of a problem, isn't it? I don't think you can tell if it's been eaten, but hang on. It looks like... Is there something in that wine glass? It's so hard to tell. I don't think there is. That would be my contradiction there. As plainly see, there's only one set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would seem reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This does not make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the court record. Yeah. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that no one else saw that woman. The waiter before us said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. That's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. Did she like duck under the table or something? It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to the Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies have just been heard. There is no room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, we all know. As we all know, the ink is still fresh in the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takuchi Ouchi, Tekshutsuchi Ouchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How can it be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. Fucking idiot. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it. Draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is titled to cross-examine the witness, but make it quick, understood? Rules can be so bending at times. I wonder if it'll go similar to how Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright did the multiple witnesses, where one will, like, outright contradict the other. Even what I saw wasn't the precise moment of the firearm being trapped. Oh.
Yes!
No. That's not the same thing at all. For start, I didn't fire the gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it's an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. Have what? Attention! The sound of the firearm rings in my ears the very next moment. I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think it says all, don't you? Yeah. Let us all not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Is that so, Korikuta-san? No, not really. Yes, pointing the gun at the foreign man he was. That young lad in black. That much I did see.
Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I told you already that that was only because I picked it up off the floor.
Well, obviously, that is the only way you could explain it away.
I just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed the gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. At an exact moment, big bang. A gunshot rang in my ears.
Full of evidence. Full of events beyond our control, life is.
Sorry, what do you mean?
In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which preceded this testing predicament. Whereas, conversely, I failed to pick up the Coban off the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result.
Equally?
Anyways, the facts remain. Myself, I did see you, with the pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Furthermore, the visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
You must have noticed something else in Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. Ugh. And yet, nobody else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
If there had been more people dining at the time, then someone else could have noticed her. Fortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner may have in any restaurant. I know, of course, the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day and why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency, there is indeed a reason.
There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at the clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Interesting. Hotel Clinic, god damn it. Yes, it would appear that the entry on the date there to be an entry for the date in question. Fucking Hottie Clinic is coming back, huh? He better not be a character. 19th November, noon to the past 1 p.m. That's the very day of the incident.
So the victim went to the late lunch following his appointment. An explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution feels it no need to submit this evidence before, as it really had no bearing on the case.
I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request it to be entered in the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. I mean, why not? If I may, I'd like to ask for the medical record to be submitted as evidence, Excellency.
On what grounds?
The
court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are no concern.
Whether or not they are not of concern is up to us to decide. We have the right to explore all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request from the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request.
Young'uns these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Fucking right. Your right to human rights.
Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report to the court record. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if it doesn't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you.
You can conspire this trial as much as you like, but it's a day after the festival already for you.
What is that saying?
Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witnesses' testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused Karikuta-san.
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone.
That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in.
So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree to the point. Is that interesting? Let us not forget the incontestable evidence that we've saw. Hold on. Does this say where they are? Because it doesn't to me.
Incontestable evidence that we have...
Wait, hold on. I haven't even checked. I can't.
The incontestable evidence that we have to support the statements as well. It can be seen clearly seen that there's only one single beef steak on the victim's table. A meal meant for one.
No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who all testified before. It is not possible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? I'm perfectly honest. If I'm perfectly honest, I have no idea. Therefore, there is no other than a black uniform cadet over there. Yes! Dispatch the... yeah. Why aren't you telling the truth?
What did you say, cadet?
I can clearly remember. There was a person there. Yeah, I get it. Perhaps you might have not noticed? But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Narutoto, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter whose testimony in the court heard earlier clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right.
Precisely. In other words, you are the sole component of this phantom lady. But.
Hold on, let's see. Was I right about thinking that she went under the table? There's nothing saying that she did. Are those bite marks different? No, I don't think they're bite marks. Like, I thought, like, in this one there's bite marks here. But I don't think... Look, like, I don't think that that's what they want me to go for. Like, these two pictures having a difference in biting area. But, like, the wine glass, it still feels like there's nothing in this one, right? It feels like there's nothing there. Yeah, in this one, there is.
If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands no further mention of this phantom woman to be made. It is blatant waste of the court's time.
There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let's see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You notice that some pieces of evidence bear magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press space and you'll be able to look at it closer. So it didn't allow me to do this. Okay. This is a 3D one. If you rotate the evidence in all directions to make it examine it from all angles. Using WASD. And then you can look at all of it. Look at it all. Hunt for clues you may have missed before. I can't read Japanese. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press space to investigate further. So, partner, think you could take a closer look at that medical record card? See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining in more detail? Alright, I'll see what I can do. Just need to use that. Jesus Christ, I get it. It says Hut a clinic on the medical report card. I hate clinics. Almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught only a cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it my whole life! Most people would forgive their right arm to have only one cold their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. I don't want to miss anything. Can't find anything out about this place. That's out of place. Looks like the medical record was first issued quite some time ago. Probably a record of long-term treatment. That's why the family doctor it's probably a family doctor. With a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So, you don't like doctors, then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine, they give you painful injections. And then when they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. All when you're at the lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less. Which only cures. Bitter medicine, indeed. Anyway, let's open this up. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. It seems this is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's entries for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with tropical anesthetica? Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they use laughing gas. That's the most common practice for the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Anastasia. I think that's how it's pronounced. Though it's hard to believe that there's anything that can stop you feeling pain. There's actually a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until the aesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. There you go. So he couldn't have been eating that steak. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think at the time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Perfect. Yeah. Yes. Hand up. May I speak? Yes. I think
What are you wittering, lad? You call yourself a lawyer?
I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Rinosuke. Everybody stumbles on their words occasionally. Under circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, you so purposely, you knew exactly what you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. All right. Thanks for the advice. Breathe out. Karakuta-san. This medical record card belonging to the victim.
Aye, I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy?
Comparing what was written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Dearie me, dearie me. Have you forgotten the words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateur drivel. But let's see if I can explain this in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. but that's...
Remember, Rinosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies in the court have been clear and concise. The medical record chart has no bearing on this matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides the pale-faced pupil who could have done it.
Oh. Oh, wow, that was actually a nice slam. It wasn't even that strong. This medical record report has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hata Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim just had a tooth extracted?
What's this now?
And furthermore, if I told you as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating?
Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours. Post-procedure with while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't. Korikua-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. It's not technically true. He could have just been ignoring his doctor's orders. But let's not say that. No! And additionally, there's more? You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Yeah! Expertly done, partner. I love this music, by the way. It's so good. What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table. Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about, or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's safe to say that the tables in this restaurant case have returned. Wouldn't you agree, Rinosuke? Yes, most definitely. So, having undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinions of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright. Alright. The answer to the question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been the victim herself. Me! I'm not gonna do that. I don't want to waste too much time on the funny answers. An as yet unknown third party. Obviously, there could only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table. This corner's music is really good. You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person. There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, you know the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was someone else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that the witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through at a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kasuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Do not worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them, the two witnesses on the stand. What? What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence the victim was not alone. So now, if it turns out that two of you would deliberately lied when giving your testimonies,
Obviously, you will be charged with perjury.
Perjury?
And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing.
Complicit? In murder? No!
The kid's like, fucking what?
Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right. As the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Oh.
What? What did you just say, Korikuta-san?
Oh, no.
You were just following orders?
Now hold on, lad. I was,
Say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, you mean you saw the victim with the lady from overseas. What?
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses. False statements. Is that true, you pair?
Just one simple slip of the tongue. Wow. Order! Order! Council, explain what's going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut?
Where?
That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as conspirators to this murder, are you?
You wouldn't. This can't be happening.
Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say that they're sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Auchi had any idea of this. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there were only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, are there any idea who could be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. Do we have to name whoever it was who tried to keep the witnesses keep their mouths shut? First, we'll need evidence before we can make any firm accusation. Evidence that proves whoever did it really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? Before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? It's time to re-examine everything, just to make sure that there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers! It is proven that the witnesses have been manipulated. I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all of this, well, Your Excellency, no time to think. Just gonna have to close my eyes and shout the name that comes to mind. I mean, let's be honest, he's got the authority. I kind of already suspected him. It's either him or Satoru, but like he's a waiter, right? He's not like the one who's changing testimony, right? Did I lose out on something here? Like I didn't like examine the stuff anymore afterwards, right? So I can't really make a clear judgment here. But if I had to guess, it might be this guy because he's got a business card. Yeah. Well, that's unexpected. I had a feeling like it's weird they didn't let me like examine that beforehand. What is it? What is it? Look at what it says in the witness's name here, Satoru Hagara. Well, yes, business cards tend to show the name at some point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh, Chief Inspector? Preliminary Criminal Investigation Division. Imperial Police Bureau? Inspector, what on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here... There we go. Hosonaga-san? Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier? Poppycock! What possible reason could the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that the head waiter could not have possibly have that level of influence. For once, I agree with you. If that is, the man is truly a waiter. Well, if he were truly worth. Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit the court with the truth. Truth about... Yeah. Glad I actually looked at that before I got here. Watcha. The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows great detail of attention to detail, but I'm not sure what we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. The back of the card. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes! It's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student's trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of the business card. In front of the business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Preliminary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The police bureau has immense power, absolute power, as far as regular citizens are concerned. So the witnesses there in the stand. Was it, in fact, the waiter who gave you the orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that he that you see this foreign gentlewoman at the scene?
Well,
There he is. Nice, he's joined the witness stand. Inspector Hosonaga. Hosonaga. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Yes, he got very whacked up over the fact that he gave us a business card. Oh, well. Is there a problem? Head your plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over the business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made this sketch. Where his voice was like, coffee, wasn't it? It was an unusually careless mistake.
so you say you really are a detective?
But why would a detective be working at a restaurant as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course. Your salary must be... I was working undercover. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes. There may have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to the case of homicide. Very well, then. Inspector Sonaga, will you elaborate on the one point for the court? Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, it is clearly you would have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that it is in your personal capacity as a police officer, you have required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I expected. As soon as I heard that gunshot, I ran out to the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, a gun in his hand, to stand the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim, the same table, was a young lady whom I assumed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off this restaurant and reported this incident to the bureau. It was then when I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the scene restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire's views on the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything else at this moment.
An Englishman has been murdered on our soil to the name of an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. Well, without refutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case... But it's not right! One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yumi University is currently holding a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain one of them, studying in medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're a chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed that woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands you name this woman in question at once, Inspector. The English woman sitting in the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying at the research laboratory of Yumi University's medical facility. What is happening here? I admit under orders from the police bureau, I raised all evidence of the lady's presence at the scene. And ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their study testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court had been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, we now have discovered that this premise is false. It would be the declaration of our justice system to ignore the truth to give a ruling at this point. But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of ruling in order to send a telegraphic report to Great Britain. And our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country and any other influence to the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate the Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going up against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principles to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency! Good. We will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. To be continued. I do kind of want to get to the very end of this trial. So I'm going to try and, like, push on. Because I want, like, each trial to be done daily, right? Okay, let's get back.
(22nd November, 11:38 a.m.) Supreme Court of Judicature Defendants Antechamber 5. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart is in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping up, your knees crocking, and your teeth, you're grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding your inconsistencies in the testimony. I think you may have a natural talent for being a lawyer. You're getting it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't want to ever see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at least. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was telling everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she is hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened after that, with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was on my way out to the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to the Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed the gun lying on the floor. After that, I bent down and picked it up. And then I saw the big bang. And then I was like, ooh! I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot came from. The waiter ran over to me looking as wet as a sheet. And then he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective. He apprehended the suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside of the dining area. Ah, there you both are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted you to avoid that situation, a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like it comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place at that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have personal connection to this case. Come to think of it. He said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. It is as you are aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I did not know that before. Anyway,
you're about to go into battle. The victim is a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to punish the culprit as quickly as possible.
But let us not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whom is involved in this Place Bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. I still think it's the butler.
Yes, I'm afraid the prosecution may have been using every tool in its disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight to the right to the last. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Now then, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama.
Bye-bye. Defendant Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Make your way back into the courtroom at once. It's time. Let us get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before these old fossils know what hit them. Kazuma? What? What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed in me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend, coming from you, that means a lot. How is your headband doing that? There's no open windows. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So it isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from the U10 Yume cafeteria at University Street. with an extra large portion, of course. Okay. Streamed for 3 hours now. Let's hope we can get this through before we hit the next hour. The court hereby resumes the trial of Rinosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Auchi, have you managed to subpoena this witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It is highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it is nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation flounders?
Again, terribly sorry. If its friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Rinosuke?
What do you mean?
As a secret trial, the anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up! Shut up, you jumped-up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. Aligning us great selves with a great world power will become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. Okay. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Council. The court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system. It exists solely for the pursuance of the truth. With that in mind, the trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Yes. Your Excellency! Oh my god. She's got a freaking swan hat! Yes! Are you sure this is British? Because it seems more French with a Marie Antoinette kind of look to her. My head is a boat. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such distant lands. Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions are in place without tea. It's not entirely false. Is that true? No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you with a state your name and occupation for the court? Of course, of course. My name is Saruto Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as a head waiter at La Carnival. Yes, we know that all about you already. Inspector Hogusta. Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. Kind of somewhat true. Sometimes. Depends on circumstance. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are one thing to be sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description of this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but your power of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we could trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Wow. Continue. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What? The lady says her name is Jezebel Brett. She comes from London, England. She is visiting research student and currently enrolled in Yumi University's medical facility. Oh my! What a treat it is to hear such blessed tones from a delightful language of the British people. But I'm afraid I do not understand a word you said. But it was a beautiful, as a hummingbird song. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor are you. It's clear you've clearly been paying attention to your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks this beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at the restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place.
The court has been led to believe that you were dining with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says yes. This could take some time. Even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. So you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over to this photographic print? Seeing as you were unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your represented eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently, it is very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it appears that the lady did witness this crime. The very moment the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order! Order in the court! Did you hear that, Your Excellency? We have an absolute conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to formally testify again, please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you describe. Okay. I arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Lewinson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long after, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so I obviously could not have been the culprit. Okay. This is a condemning testimony indeed. No! I didn't have any argument with the professor at all. Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this snow-white angel. It is even a dark-hearted scoundrel like you could have imagined those words to the court is going to believe. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that, a lesson you need to learn. So annoying. Of course I was at the scene as well. I took the statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Burnett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day of the question, the lady was wearing the same outfit she was today. As you can see, there's no about a person where she could steal a firearm. Exactly. I would think that she could hide a gun almost anywhere on that outfit if she wanted to.
Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown is mute. This is mute.
There is no pockets on my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those were the witness's own words on the matter. Ah, this is ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress and I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I did fire the gun I picked up. Must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that is what we have to prove now. And to do so, we need to pull her testimony apart. The fence may cross-examine the witness. Is there going to be any special gameplay mechanics? Because, like, in Phoenix Wright, it's the Megatamas. With Apollo Justice, it's the bracelet, and Athena has the mood board. So is this guy going to have, like, something special? He's got, like, observation. Although Edgewebs is literally just basic logic. A frightening of force of that. Oh, I can't press hair saying it. After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
You don't keep up with the latest fashion trends from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are in vogue, isn't that right? No.
Decisive English. No has quite sling to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So there was apparently a daily occurrence where they would have lunch together. But on that day in the question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical record card that we submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brennett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, this all makes sense, perfect sense to me.
What such wonderful logic! What a shining example of English intelligence this fine young gentlewoman is.
So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered myself only a beefsteak. He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he had just had a tooth removed at Hotze Clinic, correct? Hotze Clinic. That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Bennett aware of this fact? It seems so, yes. It seems so, yes. She heard from the professor that to have had some dental treatment. So that would mean that this was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying incidents. Exactly as it was left? Hold on.
What a harrowing experience. To have travelled to a distant land so far side of the world, to be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, dear lady. I swear to have crushed the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appeared that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They raised their glasses of carbonated water. Each. Very meaningful. That last statement of yours, Miss Bennett, has profound bearing on this case.
Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us what this profound bearing...
The significance of the statements will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statements to be formally added to the testimony.
Well, I sidestepped counsel.
Well then, Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you have just added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. Really use that phrase. I hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. Let's press all the others, because I know that that one's the one I need to present the picture to. I never got into an argument with a professor. All I did was notice him. All I did when I noticed him was to go over and say hello. Please don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing my retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. I'm sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese.
No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all be super cool in Kurisu.
What? I wonder what the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only as in the presence of a beautiful woman. Well, that beautiful woman is blatantly telling lies with a complete straight face. I have to find some way to unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that the accused briefly returned to her own seat. That part lies in what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still have some coffee to drink. And at the time you got up after that, when I'd finished my coffee, I stood up to leave. Then, not long after, the accused took the professor's gun. Oh. Like I said, I did not shoot the gun. And as I've said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side.
Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out of the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand.
Well, yes, that's true, but... Yes! But all I did was pick up the gun that I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes. There was someone much closer to the victim than me at that time, and a highly suspicious lady right there.
That will do, you rotten scoundrel!
Dirty?
Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy.
Seems to me that your accusations are just as baseless as ours.
What nonsense!
The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway.
Yes.
It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes. I immediately, after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on earth not?
The Honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated she did not possess a weapon. There's obviously no need for further probing into the matter.
Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps?
Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady over there was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts.
In other words, he wants evidence. Ugh. The lady wishes to point out, of course, that she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation. But she was in a hurry and she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university and was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there, just urge her to leave. The lady would have liked to point out that she had no way to meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Which is why she is the only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court. Of course.
Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You could have at least had the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you.
So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with a professor in the end of which you shot him, which is an out and out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she is an elegant, refined, young, beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction it is. Can't do that, the trial's over. Even though with your thick skin, you've been able to feel the murderous look of anyone's around the courtroom. Only too well have you decided... only too well, I feel half dead already. The fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony is making me feel... isn't making me feel any better. The first thing to do is to press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. Do that and an opening will present itself, I promise you. So I should probably press that second statement just in case. The new one. Let's just save as well. So both of you, the professor, drank carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being the waiter, I poured 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective. And the beef steak, that was you, Miss Brett. The lady says that she heard that it was not customary to eat beef here in Japan until Japan opened its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion. And I've heard that it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. I don't know what that is. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as the people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? True, come to think of it. The first time I tried carbonated water, it was so much more of a shock the first time I tried beef. It was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to the witness's statement. Somehow I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. That fucking look. We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now. Because you never know where it might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around. Understood, Kazuma. They said that it was the exact same place, like nothing had changed. And yet here we are, the Professor is sat right in the space where the stake is. But that the crime scene photograph here states that it's this scene on the victim's table. Okay, no, I thought it said where the victim was. But oh, you are kidding me. Yeah, no, I'm going for a full correct run. I'll just quickly have to spam that. Press. Just quickly running straight through. It better not be the other picture, because that would just piss me off. I suppose maybe the contradiction is that there's only one one glass, right? Maybe that's it. It feels cheap, because my contradiction is that's where the victim is sat, and you said that it was nothing had been changed. I guess, like, yeah, alright. This shows that there's only one glass. That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. Yes. That's correct, the lady says. Well, that is, very odd. Very odd. Dear me. What's odd is the defense's inability to express himself. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks so odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor had cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there would be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah! You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here. Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over the minuscute? What possible difference does the presence of or absence of a glass make on this case? Minuscute, you say? Could it be that the detective over there removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But then, there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Are you trying to tell me that you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady have to say? It would seem that Miss Brett took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. Sorry.
there. As I showed the court before, it is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
We must remember this student had just murdered this lady's lunch companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray?
That's absurd.
Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable young woman of mischief?
What? No. This can't be a put down to mischief. We'd like to know. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it in a small handbag she was carrying.
A handbag, you say?
Yes, Your Excellency, a small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women of England.
So beautiful! The beautiful lady has graciously explained how she removed the glass from the scene. Now. However, the fact remains that the glass has absolutely no bearing on this case. The student has been trying to confuse this court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed the glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on this case. Counsel of Defense, are you in agreement?
Well,
I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it had some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. She took the glass away in her handbag. If its deepest significance there is the handbag, she had a place to store the weapon. Wait, the lady put a glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court, and all English women carry handbags for small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There is no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. In which case, it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restroom floor. As he didn't fire the gun, we can deduce that it must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't be seriously suggesting.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No!
Order! Order! Order!
What's the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ochi?
Why on earth did you not mention the lady opened her handbag to show you the contents at this time? Thanks to your blundering incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have the chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. You think so, Kazuma? What a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I do not search Lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary? In what way? I thought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I completely forgot about. You are such a piece of shit. The photographic print. Oh, what the hell? It's an open bag. This print is a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Little tattoo there. Oh, his arm was on the stake thing. I think. So, maybe. Well, I nether. You can see right through the what's inside. That's right. Apparently meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So what? There was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping prove that, Naruhoto-san. Order! Order! Inspector Hotsunaga, you will submit this print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. I think we've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, Consul. This court has now been shown considerable evidence. This photographic print is submitted to the court record appears to have no significance. I'm satisfied that no longer any room for doubt for this matter. I must make my ruling. Let's just take a quick look-see at that. Because this, I think, states that his arm was on the stake plate. I don't know what significance that has. But I think it's clear that this mesh bag isn't fully mesh. In that you can clearly see that the back end isn't mesh. I don't know. That's the first thing that I'd question. Oh, wait a minute. I suppose the direction of the table, chairs. Her chair should be here, right? I am satisfied that there's no longer room for the... I must make my ruling.
Indeed, there's only one logical conclusion, that the pathetic rookie slumped over there on the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of crime.
No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I ever was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it?
I must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat. While the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. The fact that you chew on your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, His dream of going to study in Great Britain must slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance of turning the trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about the last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Well, very well. I will proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we will have to report to the British government on time after all.
That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all the evidence placed on you, I hereby declare you... Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke. I don't think you can rule on the case yet.
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems the trial is over, he gives his ruling. This is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Your Excellency, just a moment ago, you said this. As photographic print has been submitted appears to have no significance, it is no longer any room for doubt in the matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail I mean, then the ruling on this case in this time would be out of the question.
This blatant straw-clutching. Look at the photographic print. It shows that the handbag of the gentlewoman was carrying on the day of the question. There's no problem with this evidence.
You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly this new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from the handbag.
Ha! My thoughts exactly! Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate sweet wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate. This isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, they'll grant the defense one final opportunity. In which case, that is a perfect way to tell you should be saving right now. But I think it is like that stain that comes from the plate that you can see here. That marking is there, meaning he had his hand on his wrist or hand against the plate, meaning that plate was there, which is weird considering he couldn't eat. So that must mean that maybe time had gone by and he hadn't been on an anesthetic, meaning that he was killed later? That's impossible though.
What?
But be warned, if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print. Take a look at this photograph. Print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify to the court where, in this print, we can see significant detail to which you have alluded. This. I mean, it's pretty obvious that this is the only other thing, right? But this clearly shows. Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Dear me, I was wondering if some new priffle you would just come out with. A burn, you say? On a victim's wrist? Clearly, it was nothing whatsoever to do with a significant lady's handbag.
Yes, that's a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the deaths, so it didn't make a note of it as wrong report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
Yes, we do.
Look at it. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by its curious shape of the mark.
However, as Prosecutor Ouchi points out, unless firm connection to this case can be shown, I can not allow any further time spent on the preciseness of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What is your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe that the burn could have had something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging and hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right.
I am?
If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, then there might be we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again.
You can't just give up. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed. I'm afraid without evidence, I cannot allow you to pursue what little more is conjecture. But if we have evidence that irrefutably links the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would. Yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed out, what I did notice was the color of draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? If I have to find some link between the burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. Time to find some evidence that proves what the burn really means. I know what it means. He was facing forward when he got shot. And then he was turned around at the last moment. Or turned around afterwards. So then, the defense would now present its evidence to the court. The defense demonstrates an inextractable connection between the victim's burn and this trial.
Yes!
What is this, counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in the other photograph. How did the victim come to have an unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If you got game, let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What in this photograph explains the reason for the victim's burn? What cha? The beefsteak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was being served on. The plate?
Ah. Ah! Excellency, are you all right? As you can see, the emblem on the plate. I would guess that's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Ah! This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ah! Ryunosuke, you're a genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered his burn while he was present at the restaurant. But if that's the case, we can't know if it happened the day of question or not. It could have been on the day before or day after that. Most likely happened at some other related time. Well, Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such serious injury would have caused quite a commotion at the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it was suffered very long ago. Although it may not be a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined. It wouldn't have been suffered long ago, and though it was very well, particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined. And defense has just pointed out there was no mild burn. That's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was around 90 degrees centigrade, a mere burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim would have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already. I have not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify that without hesitation. But you were a detective, not a waiter! So he was facing forward and landed his arm down on his steak. There you have it. Something isn't right here. Or the steak was placed in front of him and his hand landed right where the symbol is. Meaning that after the fact, he was turned around after the fact, basically. There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. Yet there's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day or any other before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him scream out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had clearly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antique dealer, all of us, without a doubt, would have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchi? Well, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, you don't think... Can it really be true?
I never dreamt we could arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think that makes sense of all of this apparent impossibility. On the day of question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 seconds. It's clearly impossible, apart from one particular situation. Counsel? Are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's only possible, the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Order! 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 Please, counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot? Was killed by a gunshot? That's right! That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts. No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it was you who has no grasp of the facts. Beg your pardon? It soon became apparent that the victim had suffered a burn while at the restaurant. This whole case is turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, this court must hear from the witness again. If it's true, as we believe now, the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It is highly likely that Miss Breton knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't expect this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget about your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency! This judge system is our country's the justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What's with that smile? Yes, of course. I may be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Ah, Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country after all. But then why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. I do not associate with this British lady. But it seems that the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I have to lower myself to communicating with you, all on your own level. Oh, well. You're quite the epitome of a true English gentlewoman.
We are truly honored by this lavish consideration of your graciously afforded us.
I see. In that case, Miss Bennet, I would now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson.
So, we're going to hear the words of the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there is some other way the man's life had been taken without leaving a trace, please show me. But of course, in this country, very investigative in techniques probably wouldn't pick up on that anyway.
Oh, we're hitting the 4th hour mark. We're going to get this case done and then we'll be done for the day.
That is the most captivating and beautiful testimony. Will go on down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you.
Easy does it.
I hope that this last time I will have to sully my lips with coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It is it is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear Lily.
Oh, my voice is going to be aching from after this.
And it seems clear from your testimony that this boorish talk from the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will speak to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forget the irritation, Miss Bennet, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed this little bully of a student, as you put it. Doesn't miss much.
I'm sure I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this is your final cross-examination in this trial.
Thank God.
If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on this case immediately. Is that clear?
Nice. Yes, Your Honor, Your Excellency.
Then you may proceed with the cross-examination.
The victim's death. Fortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. But his hand was on a searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed.
Do you think so? Let me ask you something.
Sorry?
Ever since I've arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You cannot not have noticed it, can you?
Huh? What?
Ah! What fun! You haven't realized. My dear lady is absolutely right.
As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me?
Dr. Wilson is a you English gentlemen. He chose an honourable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh, yes. I think my tiny brain can.
Well, I can't.
Anyway.
When the waiter brought out my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in toast. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right?
Dr. Wilson had only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir. Although...
Although?
Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered it to the steak table, I'm afraid I don't remember that.
Damn you! I've enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of the others in the court, it means bless you.
I think it means the exact opposite.
Anyway, as far as I remember.
Right. Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhaging from ballistic trauma.
Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And there's no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate other cause of death. It can only have been the bullet from your gun that put the end to the innocent man's life.
But that doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened right away. Straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If he had cooled it even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victims burned his wrist on the hot plate soon after it had been brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead by that point.
And yet, the victim and the fact that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you were able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a waste of time.
Ah, I see. So he was killed by some other means, and then he was shot. His dead body was shot. Jeez. Ah!
If there's some other way the man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me.
We don't have anything stating that he poisoned, but I think it's clear that he could have died from drinking the water, maybe? Yes. Need more information. Without leaving a trace.
If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there is always a telltale traces on the body. Quite right, my dear. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt that isn't that right, Professor Hosonaga?
As I've said, I've always aimed for flawless investigation. There wouldn't be any physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there was some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark.
If heaven forbid you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor lost his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh, perish the thought! Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question? On my honor, I, Taksuchi Ouchi, will cut down anyone who dares cast such aspersions.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence.
But of course, the country's inferior negative techniques simply wouldn't get picked up on anyway. Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the land of Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene later for examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly! Which means that even the investigation takes a different... Ooh. We do have... It's the same as Professor Layton. Yes. Okay, I like that. Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright. Good. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, the vital evidence may be lost. That doesn't mean even occur to you naive detectives to try and preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be tactful about this as I can, you understand. A killer blow. A lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. She's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchi can finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. That's the rest of my tea. Like Godot, I've drunk all my goddamn tea, and now it's close to the end. Still, there's something about what Miss Bress said. A moment before, when she said she didn't something quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter what. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, I suspected as much. She's a tough witness. We need to find some way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. Must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chinking of armor. Kazuma. What? Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. It's about the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. The detective. Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Bennett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might be present opening, maybe? Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see if we can get something out of the detective. Alright, I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. Find out soon enough. What's her statement again?
Wait.
Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is the same place as before, but why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Bett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For the testimony, the detective was just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, if they are listening to someone else speak, you'll find that they often let the guard down. You're right, look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. I'm sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. All you have to do is with the witness marker. The what marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Bett, who is the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left to right, as you can turn your attention to the people of the stand.
While you are looking at the other witnesses, you may be able to pursue them with space. If you catch a person at the right time, they might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people in the stand, take a good look around. Alright, first I should move the marker over with AD. Yeah. Pursue him with space and see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
Nice. Hold on, I haven't even looked at her profile yet. British exchange student. Currently. Alright. Okay. Pursue. Excuse me. Gah! What is the meaning of it? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. It really was less than thoughts. Deeply. It looked like you were thinking of something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
What is the meaning of this? It is delightful Englishwoman who is testifying at this moment. You can't find fault with that testimony. The cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not.
Huh?
The detective is on the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Have you something to add? In relation to the statement that was made by Miss Barrett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why I, Sataguro Hoshonaga, always strive to make every investigation I am involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I am not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime, and it's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care what they call me. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I am not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that? It's a bottle of carbonated water, and it looks I took from the victim's table that day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having opened 3 days now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what everybody says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. On the day our police force will be amongst the one day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the statement. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle.
She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question.
Very well. Counsel, you may resume your cross-examination.
This is how I'm going to do the judge from now on, to make him a little more distinct.
And the prosecutor and the inspector will kindly control his favor.
Ahem. I think the best way to show, like, she's asking me to show it in that testimony, right? So I should show that the possibility that she poisoned him is a possibility, right?
What's this? The bottle of water?
Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind.
Continue.
Obviously, I'm referring to the poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip of his glass?
Order! Order! Order!
And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There was only one person who could have done that. Giselle Brett. It was you! This is outrageous! To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence! You little rookie imbecile! Have you not even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you not forgotten that we've only just signed a accordance of friendship with the British Empire? Have you not even the vaguest inkling in that rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
This is not a political arena. This is the trial to determine one's individual guilt with respect to one's crime.
What?
The fact that the woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth of the matter.
If I'm me, I will silence you forever. Shh. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady. Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my humble apologies.
Sorry, my lady, but what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. That bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not.
Of course.
You did? Have you forgotten my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents.
And what did you find, Inspector?
I ordered tests from every toxin that was available in the country at this present time. We could not find no trace of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Excellency.
What? Are you sure?
Tests were miraculously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No!
So it wasn't the bottle, it was the glass. It was the glass she took away. Got it.
I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You have successfully established my completed this horrid affair. No. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, my pleasure. The pleasure was all ours.
I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned.
Thank you, Counsel. I think the examination has clarified everything. The prosecutor has asserted the shot from the chest of the gun. As the prosecution has stated, a shot to the chest of the gun. This gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, whom by his own admission was holding the weapon, is the only possible culprit.
I'm done for.
The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Bennett.
Oh no! I'm just glad that this matter has been resolved.
Before proceeding, I would like to ask counsel for defense. Do you have any further evidence to present at this court? At this point.
Kasuma? I'm sorry, Rinnosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you excuse me now, I must be leaving.
I know what it is. Oh, hello.
Please, wait.
Is that?
What's the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on the court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to Defense.
Mikasoba? Ryunosuke. In the darkest hour, when nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a Flurshinsky cloth. Another to be continued. I know what's going to... Okay. We'll try and wait this out, but goddamn. This is a very long first trial. I want to get at least one done first. Firstly, right?
Well, I'm aware that you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why are you sudden ingress in my courtroom?
Ha! A judicial assistant, and a woman no less. Oh, women! Rules state that females are not permitted into the court of law other than to testify. Yes, and I fully understand. I only ask for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence which I must hand over to the defense. You're too late, little girl. The trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency! I am most grateful.
Who exactly are you?
I'm sorry, but there's no time. Please accept this for now.
What is this? A report about something? Written in English.
It's Giselle Brett's research.
An Englishwoman's?
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility and borrowed this paper.
Oh yes, that's right. Miss Bennett was studying under the professor, wasn't he?
So this research, whatever it was, has something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of courier and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Courier? What's that? I've never heard of that before. Time's up! The prosecution demands an immediate removal of the female trespasser from the court. What I think is happened, she poisoned him, but I think it's possible that she wanted to experiment. And it wasn't poison per se, but it was a toxin that was supposed to heal him. Because he just went through dental surgery, right? But, like, he ended up dying, so she had to, like, fix it in order to make it look like someone else shot him. There was little time for me to get to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you. Giselle's report has been entered into the court record. Goodbye then, and good luck. Boom, bring.
You have had long enough, Counsel. We will not detain our English guest any longer. I ask that the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. No more to add, Your Excellency. The poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungle of South America. The hunters in this region have used it in ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Instant paralysis of the entire body is subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry. Above section mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as the afflicted by a blood dart. So he couldn't have drank it. But that means he was... It wasn't the burn, was it? Would that count? Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have an application as an anesthetic. However, the solution for the respiratory arrest caused the result for a full body paralysis to be found first, or the patient would die of suffocation. So she gave it to him after the dentist appointment or something, or I don't know. Oh, open wound. He still did drink it, but his tooth was gone, so it entered his body. Wow, okay, that's clever. The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. You haven't even given a motive as to why What, we argued about fuck all, and then I shot him. Yeah, sure. Okay. We're no escape. We're out of options here. It's really our last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, their defense does have new evidence.
That look. That unyielding stare is a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett?
Yes, Your Excellency?
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not very long until tea time. I have to politely decline.
Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize I phrased it as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order.
I've said many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, my dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that the defense that demands the court's attention?
Miss Giselle Brett. We understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yumi University doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison. What?
Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel?
A toxin known as Cure, Your Excellency. Even though the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death. What is this complete and utter nonsense? Cure, you say? I've never heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean, you wouldn't have heard of Cure before one simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what test the police can do for toxins, they never identify Cure. Why? Because there is no test available that can identify the presence of a highly deadly poison. What?
Order! Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist?
According to the report authorized by the visiting research student from England, Cure has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it is reasonably well known amongst the European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that this is produced from an extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe as a turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Cure suffer instant death. Doesn't that sum it up, Miss Brett? Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some sort of so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain. There are no other diners that would have surely... The other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector?
Obviously, I would have noticed the disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, other way around? The very fact that the victim showed any viable signs of distress is evidence that Cure was used.
Explain yourself, Counsel!
The toxin enters the person's blood system. It causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victim loses all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no viable signs of pain. Oh, terrible. Obviously, if a man loses all strength in his muscles, he would collapse to the floor. But the chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did. But with a chair under him for support, as Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. A full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis that, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move.
But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? So he was essentially strangled by paralysis. Jesus. In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. All the while, the victim was conscious and aware and just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim itself, his final moments would have been living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly Cure poison. Are we going to finally have it? Final breakdown, and then she's going to be like, you need to get it into an open wound.
Are you suggesting the bottle, Council, actually contains a terrifying poison?
This is very convenient, isn't it? A gross unknown poison for which we have no means of testing. What happy tale for the defense.
If I may.
All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you have picked on some manners.
It is you who must be taught.
Of course, my dear lady.
So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it?
What?
You steal others' honest hard work, then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act.
Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual.
Whatever do you mean?
Capitalizing on an unfortunate circumstance of an innocent man to frame him for an innocent crime. That is really a lonesome act. Would you agree?
Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea that some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules.
What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Bennett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
Well, I don't see... Well, why not? She's gonna drink it. She's gonna drink from it. Oh my goodness. This guy really doesn't want to be drinking it, though. Because he's got he constantly coughs up blood.
Don't you get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys.
Sorry?
To an English woman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games, these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers!
Wait, what are you doing?
No sparkle left after all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Goodness! Whatever's the matter? You all look quite stunned.
So, no cure. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying?
You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, it's the simple truth. Thanks to you for presenting the findings of my research so precisely here in the grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Bennet.
I would like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Yes. Yes, lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you've been given here. This doesn't make sense. This has to be poison in that bottle. So how did she... How did she swallow the whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it.
If nothing else, this little far-faced and charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
There has to have been a way the poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have been kneeled over dead. We already know. Come on. Come on, Ryosuke. There has to be clues now. That bottle of water contains poison. The culprit did put Cure poison in Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense, refused to change its position. You're serious? You're serious?
Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way the bottle contained poison. I mean, we just saw.
This Brett drinking the water from it?
That's right. It's rather complicates your argument, I think.
I believe the complication can be explained.
How so, exactly?
I need to think this through. No things add up here. One by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence. All we have to do is the court record. Yep, I already know. It needs to be drank with an open... It needs to have the poison enter through an open wound.
Then I must ask you to support the assertions with evidence.
What explains how the witness was able to consume this bottle? It is... her own documents. The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Bennett's own research report.
That's not a valid explanation.
No.
After all, we don't speak English. The report is utter gibberish. The impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
What? I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. You're honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes.
I concur. This record is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You would direct us to the pertinent section, counsel.
The section I'm talking about is... second page. Special characteristics or route of entry. We've been hearing a lot about this Cure poison. And it left me curious about something.
Oh, counsel?
Well, it sounds as though the indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of their arrows as they shoot whatever their prey they're hunting.
So we've led to believe, yes.
And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if there were a way to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean that the... But if they had to use the laced arrows, wouldn't that mean that there would be traces of poison left in the prey of the hunters they were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because they would be eating poison.
Good gracious, counsel. I would think that would be madness.
I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work when entering the body through a wound.
Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense.
Yes. The mention of this particular detail seems to be a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret it, what's written here like this. When Cure enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However,
When it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authorized this research. You knew Curie's special characteristics. And you knew that they would make a spectacle of drinking the you could make a spectacle of drinking the water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little rapscallion! That swan is alive, I guess. Well, Ryosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? Lawyer? Oh, all this poison talk is fascinating, sure, but I fail to see how this possibly... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he reads in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a flaw. I need to remember to look at her, like, how she's responding, like... Alright, I'll do better. A flaw? Flaw? If even your brains have managed to deduce Curie is safe to ingest, it seems likely that the effects have neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Oh, yes. Well, of course. Gastric suckers? What the hell? What are they? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, well, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Yes, he would, because he had an open wound. That's right. Good gracious. That's the basic science. Science is even a schoolboy could be able to understand now.
Order! Order in the court! Order! This logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected the same way.
Are you trying to suggest... Yes, the Curie poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right! Surely a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that! Oh, I know. What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. A sort of conviction to break down all discrepancies. So intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's animalistic. It's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Objection. That was pretty weak. I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. Sit down with me. You know very well that there's no flaw here. You know exactly why, even though you and this victim swallowed the same poison. You were both alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. You are alive, and Dr. Wilson's dead.
Surely, counsel! I'm sure you don't need to remind you, but you're providing prevailing evidence, as we now know that poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Curie?
Because he had a big old shitty tooth taken out. As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners.
A fatal difference?
The toxic effects of the Curie are only felt by the poison. Are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking the poison is most completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes. Like a wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example.
Ah! Miss Brett, you acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So, that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she?
I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly I can't resist these childish courtroom games. And your half-baked arguments are so real.
What do you mean?
Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave a vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it.
No.
I mean, it could just slip.
Isn't she just admitting it then, if she does this?
Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed.
No! What's this? What just happened? The Englishwoman, she smashed the bottle! And with Stream Court, what a blunder! Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much water from that block bottle as what? At once!
You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you it has soaked up all the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of the mind to recover it.
Oh! How could you? You won't get away with this.
You can trump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid you will never know, what will we? If there was really a poison in that bottle or not.
You.
Let us not forget. We still have some compelling evidence left intact. Is that right, Counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course we do. You're referring to the photographic print, I assume, dear lady? That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's clear as day, isn't it? Poor Professor was sitting his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him was from the front, this little schoolboy.
No! You killed the victim that day using Cure. Then, in order to frame Ryosuke for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol and arranged for him to find it on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Your own hidden gun! Then, in the confusion you followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor with his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime.
What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? I shot the professor's dead body, I did? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. You have nothing to support your wild claims. The prosecutor's stance is unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood, by the accused Ryunosuke Naruto.
She just destroyed the evidence in front of us. How is she not, like, being considered, like, in some way, like, even if, like, all of this still holds, she needs to be held with genuine, like, prison time, right? She's broken evidence deliberately, obviously. That makes her look suspicious. This is unbelievable. How could this be happening? We had her, but now
She's gonna get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene.
Yosuke! Ryonosuke! Come this far, but now there's only one. You're the only one that can finish it.
What? What do you mean?
We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there was any clues left for us to use it now, there must be in your head.
In my head?
You told me before that your powers of observation were one thing that you could really depend on.
Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't really manage to notice this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head.
So now think back now. Try to remember everything, last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell.
What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer?
That's nothing.
Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have to come up with something on your sleeve, don't you, Ryosuke?
Come on then. Let's wipe that smug smile off that English woman's face. With some evidence.
Alright. I can wait. I can't wait. Been nagging me for a while. Something feels amiss in my memories that day. Whether it could be a key to arriving the truth. I wonder where it is. Just in case, to make sure it's not going to be like, you thought it was that? That's just sauce, buddy boy. Jesus Christ, this has been a lot more exciting than a lot of the other ones. Why, pray tell, is there blood? Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes, what is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about the bottle being smashed. Fair enough. As you said multiple times, a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if you perhaps took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took from the victim's table that day.
Wait a minute! Where are you going with this?
Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me.
What memory?
What memory? What memory? Sorry, this is 5 hours of speaking all of these voices. It's gonna be sore tomorrow. I saw a scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw on that wooden base of that plate that the steak was served on. There was splattering of blood. I wonder if that was actually, like, apparent in the picture. Oh, no, you are joking. No. You can't do that. You could have just done the spill and said, oh, that might just be a spill of, like, grease or something, right? You could have just done that, right? But no, you have to hide it because you're such a silly little sausage. Silly little sausage game. It's a splattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph. It's all relative position to everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I was supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there would be no blood on from the victim that could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For the blood to have made it on the plate, it appears that the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Giselle Brett. Your pardon! This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. Is the court supposedly expected to believe something the accused is apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it! This could be the moment my entire career in the police force has been leading to.
Inspector, you mean?
Yes, I took the plate. In the interest of preserving the evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it all, meat and all. I don't care what they call me, a scene thief because of it.
You did what?
I took the steak that you've been eating, Miss Bennett. I took the steak and the sergeant that sergeant had been eating. I did it all in the name of justice.
Then can we find out for sure whether or not there was a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate? We must examine it now.
Inspector, the court would wish for you to examine this plate of the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir!
Here it is.
Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. A steak.
Oh, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't.
Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man. Show it to the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure.
Fuck you.
No. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's
impossible! Hold on. This is the wrong steak, isn't it? Bite marks are different. It's right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy! You see? This is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you! That's racist! I could agree more in this case of this disgrace. In this case of a disgrace to the Empire.
I believe that we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial.
I hope so. Let's hope so. And let's pretend this let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. God, this... How many times in a row now has it been like, oh, all is lost, but wait, there's this little thing. Oh, all is lost, but wait, there's this other thing. All is lost again, but this other thing. We're going to do it another time as well, because now but then we need to, like, prove that she took the class. It can be, like, proven that he drank. Yeah. The sorry-looking steak reveals the facts very clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. Was the plate I saw, or what I thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? Hey! What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin? It's a hallmark from the... I knew it! I fucking knew it! He was gonna, like, bring out the wrong steak. Oh, you don't mean... what I think it is. I mean, what's it doing here? Wait, did you say it was a Hoenn Koban? Yes, apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. It's the first time we've heard the talk of the Koban coin. I've heard the pearls of swine, but I've never heard a billion of bullion. I don't think you'll ever will again. It's extraordinary, though. This means... Certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this big stuck cut of meat. And from this Hoenn era, too, would make it real quite valuable. It's very well marinated in juices as well as it looks. What do you think? What, are you thinking of eating it? No, no. But next time I'll order a steak that's in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going crazy racing up as I lift up the meat and peer underneath it for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this Ryosuke. A Koban coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation. I'm just going for everything. It's emblem on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beef steak. It seems to be a lot different from the restaurants. Different restaurants have their own unique tableware. So this is the symbol of La Carnival, huh? I've lost. Ryosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gravel. Hmm? Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should look at least examine the evidence for myself. I already have! Will it make me do it again to update the record? That bloodstain was going to be a cinch for the trial for me. Can this plate of shake really reveal no other clues? Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal a shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak. Your Excellency, I have made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Bet. But we must ensure that a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied with all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of the country, that is still your position, isn't it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for Defense, you will now clearly show the court what you are alluding. Where is precisely the place? Is the clue to be found?
Got it.
What? Oh my god, is it like demanding that I look at it again or something? I swear to god if that's the case, I just lost a point because the game didn't recognize. Is there another button that... Oh my god, did I have to open the steak fair? Oh my... Oh. I think it's Koban. Yeah, we've already gone through this, buddy.
Ah. Did you say it was a home cover? Yes, Oh my god, don't do this to me. You can't cheat me out of a fucking point and now just waste my time with the same dialogue. Let me skip. Oh my god. Fucking ass-hattery.
Good gracious! That's...
Coben?
What on earth?
A Hoenn error one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me. Why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I haven't been seen that thing before in my life! I don't know what it is, but I want no part of it! I fail to see the relevance a coin has under the meat. This could be simply a careless mistake by the chief, by the chef, at a moment's distraction.
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare Kyode Koban just happens to be hidden underneath a piece of steak. If it turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. That's right, it can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency!
Yes, Counsel?
A rare Koe Koban was just happens to have been hidden underneath a piece of steak. If it turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
By all means, don't let us stop you. Nobody's invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant.
Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, this is essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what's doing it under the steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. The only one person who can belong to. The owner of a Koban that was found underneath this beefsteak is... Bop, 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 bop. Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer, the owner and its owner of Risute Kori Kutsa-san.
Curry? As in the Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfabulable.
Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military ex-sergeant, correct?
Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Kobe coin when it happened. That exactly the moment when the gun was fired.
Your gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
You were looking for the Koban coin on the floor?
Yes, I was looking for the Kobo coin on the floor.
Do you mean to tell me?
No, please. Why would the courier someone's Corbin be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and the plate? It makes no sense.
Which is why I'm asking to bring Korikura-san back to the witness stand, so we can ask him.
Officer! Bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay.
Can't believe we're coming back around to the pair again. I have a hunch, a strong hunch. We can chase down the real significance of the Koban. I have already solved this long ago.
What is this all about? Why have I been called up again? Do you not realize it's dinner time for little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves.
Exploited by the police. Exploited by the police we were. Like miserable dogs forced to bear false witnesses. And when cast from the courtroom myself, I became a ruined man at twice. A worthless, withered antique. Nothing more I have to say. The sun has been set on the Ratsute's shop owner's experience.
Be that as it may, Korikuta-san, something has come up into light that requires your clarification. As far as your Retsuse memory serves. Oh, God. Let's just look at that. Something has come to light that requires your clarification. Ah! You haven't seen this Koban ever.
Yes, that's it. That's the one, the very one, the exact one that it is. The repentant, simpliferous, hoeing treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day.
It can't be. As I thought.
Young man, enlighten me, decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was the treasure? Where was it dropped?
Oh, not sure if it was dropped anywhere. Ah, I get it. Dude stole it and hid it under his steak. We found your coin sandwiched between a beef steak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat juices.
Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously?
Certainly couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means someone must have hidden it there on purpose.
Somebody concealed my hoeing coin treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who could do such a thing? Who is such an inconscientious thing?
Excuse me, could I say something? Yes, of course.
Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga.
I mentioned this earlier, but I'm on trial. Earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Ah, yes, that's right.
Oh my god, it's gonna be stealing. La Carvidal is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant that attracts wealthy diners, including many foreign dignitaries. Recently, there's been a run-of-the-mill of executed thefts, targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such instances have been reported to the police bureau.
Wrecked crimes, indeed.
We've wanted to nip this case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being afflicted. So that's why you were sent undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job as a waiter at a restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief.
So unbeknownst to us, the master thief at work at the restaurant on the regular basis. That place is already the scene of the scene of several crimes, it seems.
I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Korikuta's son's Koban is all too clear.
What? What?
I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on the matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel who stole the coin?
It is this boy. It's his steak. Obviously. Can only be you. Sergeant Isanosa.
What? How? How dare you? You monster!
Monster?
I stole the Koban, didn't I? I'm the master thief of La Carsenal, am I? You're obviously accusing me of crimes, cadet. But it wasn't me, it was Ido. Ido was the mastermind behind it all.
What? You would push the blame of your crimes onto your own son, an innocent baby? It is you who is the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Ooh, he's gonna have a breakdown.
Clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop.
Okay. There are some things that we'll accept, but there's some things that I will never accept. Being that a baby has this much knowledge and is capable of causing this much harm to their father.
Upon the Imperial Army, Sergeant Isanosa preparing to stand down as Supreme Court, sir. In the Supreme Court, sir. Do any of you know the extraordinary low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays to those who expect to keep our country safe?
I understand it. The temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I have yet to hear, and I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living. Yes.
All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son.
That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant?
That place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I go there to do some reconnaissance for a target. I'd enjoy chomping away through my good steak at the time.
Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork either, which is worryingly unbelievable. Believable? And your target that day was the old man in his Coben?
Yes. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without trouble at all. A veritably phantom thief you are. I was set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Bang!
Yes, and when the professor was shot.
I knew the police would conduct a search and found the coin in my pocket. I'd be finished. I do too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it once again at a later date.
I'm gonna be honest. Why the hell has Nosonaga literally not brought out the other steak with the first one? Like, what the hell?
This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time.
Well, Miss Brett.
Of course, my dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm sure there's no need to entertain you any longer after all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency?
Indeed. Seriously? Am I the only one who has any sense of brain in here? The theft of the Coben was clearly perpetrated by this baby battle sergeant. It would clearly be unrelated with Dr. Wilson's murder.
Of course it is. Hiding the coin under a lump of meat? Sheer nonsense. Such an idea astounds me.
Nonsense, is it?
Well, as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. Pure madness.
Very well, now that all the questions concerning this witness's testimony has been answered, I see no justification for deterring her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone! And good day! Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words. There's got me something. I think there's something else that jarred me. Said there was a contradiction there somewhere that didn't quite add up. In that case, why don't you stand there thinking? Make your voice heard. Sorry?
You think you can think later. But if you don't call it out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid there's just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction with your parting words just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction? What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife or fork, it's beyond nonsense, utter madness. Yes, I'm right. What you said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I feel like this could have been solved so much earlier. Okay, is it that a knife and fork was used on the steak in the picture? Is it something like that? This is so weirdly, like, out of the realm of understanding for me. Like, give me some, like, level of understanding here. Is it that the steak in the picture has a knife and fork and they've been used? Is that it? Is that really it? Is it not just, the Kobon coin was under the steak of someone else, meaning that the steak that I saw, the steak that we're supposed to be seeing, isn't the one that's being presented? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. This is so circumstantial, circling around to a point that we could just make so simply. Jesus Christ. We are really dragging this out. What's interesting is the victim's own table. Steak that Miss Brett was eating before the prophecy was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Oh, please! Don't talk about the stupid fucking knife and fork! But it's true, doesn't it? Something about the steaks... Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unusual? Unusual? Unnatural? What do you mean? Steak by definition is unnatural. It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Just noticed what exactly, Consul? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman would ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife or fork. Of course she did. It's right, English woman, gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at the steak, in particular, where the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, it's been clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Ah! Oh. Ah! Looks like Miss Brett has finally realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all. But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett is ravenously hungry and... whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with Minister of Justice cannot wait any longer. Of course. This will all be over in a blink of an eye. Assured, Rest assured, I'm about to put it away in just a moment. I've heard enough! You irritating little spectacled samurai relic! Of course, my dear lady.
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implication these teeth marks in the stake have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Something that I could have just presented earlier, so very long ago. Teeth marks in a steak, and not using cutlery. What? There were 2 steaks? It's almost as if we could have just pointed this goddamn out in like literally 2 sentences. Oh my god, I'm so fucking done with this. Accepting these teeth marks in the steak is a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes, I believe these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in the case that Nosonaga simply just didn't show the second stake that he clearly has behind his back. Evidence that's beyond... Oh my god. This is so stupid.
Inconclusive evidence! How many times do I have to say that already? Wouldn't you know the meaning of this phrase? Typical Japanese empty threats!
How can you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple. If you really have such inconclusive evidence, you would have had to present it to the court alone. Oh.
Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought here to the court yet. Hasn't been... What? Just because it hasn't been shown yet doesn't mean the evidence does not exist.
The trial has several hours already.
I know, right?
And there's more evidence that has been brought forward. Can't be. I can't believe it.
I don't. But there's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom is willing to submit the evidence I'm referring to. It will solve the remaining information about this case. For God's sake, why didn't he already do this? Fucking seriously. The answer is obvious. Inspector Hosonaga. I have it. Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that at all. Everyone's attention must have been focused on the stake with the teeth marks. Yes? Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting that stealing Kura-san's coin, told us that he slipped it under his steak.
You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer.
I'm trying to get through this as quick as possible, because this is so fucking unnecessary. This entire fucking part is so unnecessary. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the stake that you put the coin under, in fact, your own stake?
Attention!
Affirmative! Whoa! All we needed to do was do that. Is the stake here your stake? The one that you put the coin under?
Yes, it is.
Whoa! Now we can say, look, the correct stake hasn't been put to the court.
Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I am not brave enough to ask the foreign Jane little lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it.
What the fuck was that sentence? In other words, the stake that the detective has submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
But that makes no sense. The plate that was taken from the victim's table.
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of his steak, nor does she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Okay. I think, in my mind, they did not make it clear. I think Nurse Naga took the steak that was from the table in front of the victim, right? He took that steak and he assumed that that's the steak. He did not know that the steak had been switched. Which just feels so fucking overly convoluted. This entire part seems so unnecessary. I understand what the game's trying to do now, but it still feels so unnecessarily ridiculous.
Of course I didn't steal it. If to suggest such a thing would be an affront to the British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly! Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over? You did switch the plates.
Well, after it happened, yeah. When I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes, I panicked.
That said, I immediately lifted my steak that hid the coin underneath it, but when the waiter announced that he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he'd decided to investigate my slab of meat, then and there, I'd be getting my marching orders. So the cadet, that's when the cadet here was arrested for had taken off the kitchen. I seized my chance.
Ah! Oh my god.
With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign ladies' table.
What? You can't have... I never saw you do such a thing!
It's called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what I had to be done.
Unbelievable!
My voice is hurting so much.
However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? I swear on brass buttons and my uniform that all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the place over, that means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. As follows, Inspector Hosogan. Yes. Early in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That was to preserve evidence. You've taken both. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment it was shot.
You can't possibly tell us now. I mean, a cold slab of tough meat. Can't have the slightest bearing of this case.
No, but you wiggling your way out... No, you're not wiggling your way out of this, lady.
You pardon?
Surely you have not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan, promises to prove that such a problem for you, no?
You're the ones who decided it's a problem, not me.
The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing.
Thinks he remembers.
I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. We all know. Please get on with it. There's blood on the... Please get on with it. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well.
No!
And now that we have the evidence to prove it, the plate that you were eating from Miss Brett.
Let us not prolong this trial any longer. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table. At the time of the incident, this is going on to 6 fucking hours stream, Jesus Christ. I'm usually only doing half of that, God's sake. I really should have stopped halfway through. I thought the first trial would be quick and decisive. Sorry for keeping you. Yep, there it is. Here's the other steak in its plate. How did you not notice the fucking blood? Oh my god, this police officer is terrible. Oh my god, this police officer is terrible. Ah! Oh, I hate this. I'm sorry to say this, but this trial has pissed me off. It was good for a while, but this entire part sucks balls. It is terrible. Oh my god. Okay. Please feel free to examine it. Oh my god, there's blood on the side and it's so goddamn clearly visible. There's clear method, look. Now that makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the table shows the very moment the victim was shot. He was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. Ah! It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. Ah. That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. It's you. Japanese? Me? My Japanese schoolboy? No. No! No! Ah! Huh? Okay, stop it. Stop it right now. I'm done. I'm done with this. Okay. I'm done with this. Oh my god. Oh. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for a pretty English gentlewoman. Forgive me. I wish they'd just say British woman. Well, Miss Bennett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time.
Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life, using Cure. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning.
I'll point out, I was pissed off, right? But that was mainly because I just saw it as she took the glass away, the glass away that the poison was in, right? Swap that for any remaining amounts of water, and boom, poison can be found. You can. She took away the evidence that clearly showed that she poisoned the victim. I thought that that's what the game was heading towards, but instead it went for a stake thing where they were just like making the investigator completely ignore the fact that there was blood on a steak plate, making the characters switch plates for the most asinine reason,
and making us run through that entire scenario, pretending like everything was all over. I'm sorry, but that entire section just pissed me off. More so that I thought it was going in a different direction. But we can see that it's just ending now instead of making me reveal all of that. But yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's get this done.
The professor had a... Yes, I said that already.
So you plan to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water? Because the cure is unheard of here in Japan.
Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water and it would all be over. I would to place a steak I ordered in front of him to make it clear that though he had been dining alone, and to leave immediately. However, before I had any that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table.
That would be me, I suppose.
Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you had decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of the water and was paralyzed. I made sure that he was sitting in the chair, that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan of the spur of the moment.
The plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on an innocent man?
I happen to know that the professor always carried a gun.
It's not very British, is he?
I decided to use the fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of cure in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt.
Under your skirt? So I was right, there were two guns.
Yes.
And when I finished my coffee to get up to leave, that's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure that I would notice it.
And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as intended. And then, just as you bent over to pick it up, Big Bang!
That's when you took your shot to the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead.
Naturally, the gunshot caused the commotion, at which point the waiter appeared.
Obviously, I assumed Naruhoto's Sans was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry and adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside.
That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around.
Because of course, you would need to make it look that the defendant had been shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd picked up the gun. Right.
So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency,
Yes?
I wonder, might I speak with you in private later?
I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhoto-san.
Well, I guess she's just allowed to leave.
It would seem It would seem this trial has finally run its course.
Thank God.
I presume the prosecution is in agreement?
This can't be. Takechi Ouchi does not lose. Not to the likes of lucky student.
You'd better get used to hearing to the... You better start getting used to tough opposition.
Ah! Ryosuke Naruhodo.
What, yes?
This is an insult to the Ouchi family name. Will never be forgotten.
You've become quite conceited with age, Council. But the old have to stand aside to make way for the new. And it is the way of the world. May you never forget that. Yeah, get the hell away. Jesus. He's gone back to his, oh, what is it? Apologistus? Or is it... Yeah, no, it's, Apologistus haircut, I think. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan.
This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
The use of evidence, your deduction to unravel the truth, is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since the country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance there. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation. These new procedures of justice. A new feature of the law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot even begin to imagine. That is all for the young to pursue. Kazuma Isogi. Yes?
Yes?
Ah. After the trial, you have set embark on your journey of discovery to the luminous British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything for the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you.
I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? You look so grave all of a sudden. Ah, never mind.
As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Oh, yes?
In you I sense, how do I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to see how you carry that onward.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Ah, and I'm at the trial bench. Nice.
It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty.
Nice.
This court is now adjourned.
Did we get an actual reason for why she killed him? Are we gonna, like, go through that now? Can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial.
Ryunosuke!
You've actually pulled it off. Congratulations! Well, I wouldn't have been able to do it without you. Thank you, Kazunuma.
No, the pleasure was mine. It was a pleasure to watch you at work. So you owe me a large, extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume's University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. After all your hard work paid off.
Oh, after all the hard work paid off. Congratulations to the both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence.
Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know.
Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Bennett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate.
Your father? Ah, yes, of course.
Forgive me for intruding on the court.
Yeah.
Whew.
6-hour stream, Jesus Christ. Speaking of Miko Toba.
There you are.
I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job.
Ah, thank you, Professor.
No, it's I who should be thanking you after all. Our efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of our good friend.
Good friend? Oh, yes, you mean before. So it was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Professor Miko Taba studied overseas himself. He went great to study forensics medicine in Great Britain. Presumably that's where you met Dr. Wilson.
Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital.
Oh, so you worked together. I've never heard you mention that before.
Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asagi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, in medicine, in engineering, in culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. You'll see what's happening in the world's largest melting pot.
I will. I will learn all I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asagi clan.
You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you?
Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. The blade shows where I need to go. And cut down anything in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what happened to that woman? To Gisette Brett? To Gisette Brett? I mean, after all, she's guilty of murder.
Ah, yes, her.
It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? She's surely not going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She'll be leaving Japan in a very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai?
Gisette Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that.
What? Why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. I have a feeling. Yeah, I had a feeling it was him. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in court today. I'm very impressive to watch. I must congratulate. But what's this all about about consular jurisdiction? Essentially, she needs to be tried in her own country. We cannot try this particular foreigner for our crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's gonna bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court?
Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now. That we signed this friendship treaty. Yes, no, Mr. Sanchez, you're right. Then so long as this is not a serious incident of highly political nature to the respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but she doesn't justify our government's making... That doesn't justify our government's making secret agreements about her fate, does it? There's something strange going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs and Administration has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is the time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebration drink. But, Professor... You're right. It's no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As a head waiter, I should be able to provide you with some ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details now. To La Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course! La Carnival's second to none.
I shall go and attend paperwork for Naruhodo's-san's release.
Oh, yes. Thank you. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over in that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on! Be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very end of the trial. But you have natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again. It's just what I did, you told me to do. That's all. I kind of pushed forward because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. I'm sorry. What do you mean? That's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know the most crucial weapon is in... Do you know what the most crucial weapon in any trial lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? The defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make it a choice about what to believe in, and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the court, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful in what you choose to believe in, and even then, well, it's not something that anyone can do. And it takes quite a special kind of person. I believe in believing in your clients. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with a precious little real experience, but you never stop believing in me. Well, you faced seemingly hopeless situation time and again, but never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Though through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you naturally, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. Sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, aren't you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation earlier. Let's pick up this conversation a little later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. Your study tour to Great Britain. Don't forget. Ah, yes. That too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Miko Toba, Susato-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. Fair enough. It was all because their help and support all of these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't really managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. One can guess what that favor is. Okay, I've been going on for a long time now. I got an achievement as well. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say that this trial was a 6 out of 10. I did like a lot of the starting parts, but that whole fucking stake part completely ruined it for me. Constantly having to repeat things as well. Jesus. So, we're gonna quickly get a little preview of what the next trial is gonna be. Ugh. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner, and he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
So we really are going for the Sherlock Holmes stuff, huh? I mean, I knew he was a character, but I guess that's all we're getting. Oh, here we go.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So, the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
He's gonna do it on the Japanese girl, isn't it?
By the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before American police come. We must wait.
That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder, and in cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Holmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
Well, I really hope I'm going against Sherlock Holmes, because it would be kind of boring if he just constantly solved every mystery. Oh my god, are we... is it happening again? Yeah, you know what? We are done for the day. Like, that was a way too long. Way too long street. Like, I did not expect that trial to go that long. I've already made my observations about it, so take what you will. We'll start this again next time on Wednesday, 2 days from here. Yeah, can't wait for it, because I actually do want to voice Sherlock in a very Professor Layton kind of esque. I think I can do it quite well, seeing that I am British. God, my voice is going to be sore. Anyway, thanks for watching. Nobody came in. Watch, which pisses me off. But hey, whatever. Take care. Bye-bye.